Derivatives trading involves substantial risk of loss and is not suitable for all investors. Past performance is not necessarily indicative of future results.
So stressful when the world's on fire. Good God. I can't look at this, guys. Like, my strategy is you buy it and you hope that you got a good spot. Yeah, but we all think you're crazy. You don't fight this. No way. The markets are freaking out and you don't think that anything is wrong? Come back tomorrow and I'll lose it all. Should be fun. Good morning, everybody. It is Labor Day. 7th of September. Salim is there first. Good job, dude. So we're not going to do any trading today, but we do like to keep our schedule. At least I do. I shouldn't say we, because you guys probably don't like waking up. I bet you that all five of you guys that are watching right now are all on the East Coast. But I like to keep my schedule, even though it's a holiday. So we're going to come in and we're just going to do a little bit of research, maybe some back testing, maybe working a little bit on our manual. 2 years in a row. Good grief. I do have an awful zit, so it's okay. I think it's going away. Not as bad as it was yesterday. Okay, so we are having a little bit of movement, so let's come over and check that out. Well, let's see here. Friday was a real doozy of a day, and there was quite a dramatic recovery on the close. And it looks like they're trying to continue that recovery, although it might be turning down. Treasuries also coming back a little bit. The one that I would keep an eye on, though, is oil. Oil kind of down, big down candle on the open there. Yep, badoosh. If oil goes lower, that could be a bad harbinger for the rest of the economy. Gold, still not catching a bid. Coppa's doing okay. They're still up there. In fact, they had an okay run on Friday. Very interesting. And the currencies. Looks like even though on Friday we had a big run up in the dollar and then it all came back down. And now we're trending a little bit higher here. I think this is largely due to the euro. But it looks like some money came out of the euro, but it doesn't look like it actually came into the dollar. I'm not quite sure where it went. It's not over here. Might be in the yen. We'll see. And let's check the spread real quick too. 2s and 10s. Well, nothing today, but quite a bit of steepening on Friday. Well, the rest of the curve not really doing as much. Salim says, "You going ham on the bread?" No, of course not. Of course not. Saying that might be what caused that sort of a thing. I don't know I've been getting a lot of really bad zits lately, haven't I? I don't really know what the cause is. I'm trying to figure it out now. I'm going to go to the store today and go hardcore on the skincare routine, because I just feel like I'm like we come over here. You know what? This is a little bright. Let's fix that. This is a little bright. I don't think that we need to be 32. That's a little better. I just feel like under my eyes looks like death. No, it's not that bad, but I'm getting old, guys. I'm getting old. All right, so you are low on meat, fat, and eggs, and high on carbs. No, I think I'm high on fat. I mean, I eat a lot of carbs, but I eat a lot of meat, Salim. I almost always have bacon and eggs for breakfast. It's usually what I eat. And then we cooked, we had ribs this weekend. Cooked some ribs. It went okay. I didn't use my own rub or anything. I think next time I want to do my own thing with the ribs. And mac and cheese. But I got this before I ate that. So I don't know what the. Anyways, probably in some situations I'm a little overdone. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I need to generate the Bitcoin charts because we got somebody that subscribed to the YouTube channel. And so oh, it's DC. Yeah, so I want to post the Patreon here. And then I think we're going to do some back testing. I've been doing some back testing. I'll show you what I've got so far, but I haven't like gone back and like really thoroughly checked the strategies. So I think we're going to do that because I've been getting some stuff. Let me show you. I started doing this before this guy started talking to me on futures.io. Oh, he has responded. Well, let's see what he says. Profit did not fall much. Oh, that's interesting. But why is he not showing me the actual trade stats on that one? Well, this is silly. I'm going to respond to this guy right here. What do we call this? Anyways, this guy is convinced that he's brilliant, but I'm like looking at what he's got here, and it's because he's swing trading. Get that to show those results to show on a daily basis, then I would really be impressed. But this just looks like something that just goes along. In fact, I'd like to see how much do you make if you just hold one e-mini contract. I think that it would actually be more than this. I don't think that there's actually edge in what he's showing. I would have to put in a lot more work to prove that, though. So, okay, so there's my results on that. Oh, I'm going to pull up the Patreon and post the Patreon notes. And we are below 10K. Da-da-da-da. Oh wait, what am I doing? Wrong. I'm like, where am I navigating to? All right. Oops, I never turned on the text to speech. I should do that too. Apologize, guys. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. Back over here. Jonathan Rains asks, do you ever trade spreads on the treasuries? Good question. I have tried a few times, but never live because I'm trading a really small account. I think some people automatically assume, oh, you're on a YouTube channel. You think that you're really special and have a ton of money. And it's a very small account. I take very, very little risk. And for me to trade a spread doesn't really make much sense because, I'm taking small intraday scalps and the cost of such a trade for the way that I have to do it because I have to leg into the spreads, you know, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for me to do. So I've tinkered around with it and I definitely watch them. It's really important to watch spreads, I think. If you really want to completely understand what's going on in the environment, I think that you want to look at the spreads. But and if I was going to trade them, I think that I would more like swing trade the spreads, Now we can read them.
Sam T says hello from Mouse. S had a crazy swing of 80 points, captured 60 points but it was only $3 per point. Still not bad. Nasdaq also had wild chop.
Well, if you got 60 points, that's absolutely amazing. You should be really proud of yourself, dude. 60 points is great. 10 points is a great trade. You're scalping. 10 points, that's like, oh, wow. Good job. Yesterday we caught, how many was it? I think yesterday we caught, well, it was a $200 trade. So that means that we caught 40 points. We caught 40 points. It was $200 and that was like, whew, wow. So happy about it.
Sam T says yes, but it doesn't happen regularly.
No,
Sam T
it
says
definitely
still
won't.
learning.
But that's Sam. That's like it. If you actually caught 80 points, that would be like one of the best trades of your career. No joke. Those don't happen very often, man. Like just when you look at days where the S&P 500 even moves that much, you're only going to find a handful of days in history where it yeah, where it moves that much.
Sam T says nice. 40 points is good.
Yeah.
Sam T says haha yes.
Okay. So, we're coming in here and we're going to be looking at channel strategies. Are you excited to look at channel strategies, guys? Oh, that's not what we want. We want the strategy. So here I made a whole folder for it. Bands. And this guy, he really likes Danshin channels. And my Bollinger Bands were working better. So let us pull up the strategy analyzer. Okay. Maybe we should split. Maybe we should do this like this. Okay. And then I can like make this text really big for you guys. Hopefully you can read that. Okay, so let me just show you what the strategy is doing here. And we can, if there's something you guys want to change about it, then we can try that. And if not, we're going to start going through in the individual entries and maybe make things a little bit more intentional so that we can get what we feel comfortable with as an accurate result. All right. So I got in here. I add Bollinger Bands. Okay, 2 standard deviations, and you can change the period, but the default period is going to be 10. I'm going to have a trigger, so this doesn't run at the bar close. It runs on price change, so it can trigger interbar, but I have a trigger so that it will only trigger once per bar. Oh, so that's that first thing here is that shouldn't be false. Is that false on this one too? Okay. So that for starters should be true. So let's change that. Oh, you know what? We don't need debug mode on. Let's turn debug mode off so that this will backtest just a little bit faster. Okay, cool. So, and we're going to come in here and we're going to, it's up here, bands, Bollinger Strat. And we're going to run it on the E-mini. 1 minute. We'll do just this year so far. We'll just start with that. Okay. Good. So let's just run it like that and see what our results come out as. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. So that looks like it is a little different. Let me come back here. I took pictures. Let's see here. Okay. This one. And I had this one. Oh, why are you not loading? My computer's having issues here, apparently. So this one is not bad at all, actually. When you really look at it, the thing that's cool about this is it actually has 30% probability. That's interesting. Actually, you know what? We should come in here and do the Monte Carlo and generate. Oh, okay. So only a small percentage of them actually do poorly. It's actually not a bad Not a bad setup there. Man, what did I do? App didn't start in time. That's super weird. There we go. That was weird. Okay. So I don't know why I had these two. Oh, so it actually, yeah, so this first one, I'm trying to, oh, I remember why now. Because I didn't have like this little target bit. When I took off this target bit, that's when you get a really high profit factor, but it's taking larger losers than winners. So that's why with that, let's see here. And see, I don't like that the average winning trade is less than the average losing trade. It's no good. No good. So let's I think what I want to do is I want to come in here and not use enter long. Well, actually no, let's do this first. Let's use high fill resolution. Run. Will that take too long? Oh, okay. So it seems to think that it's still okay. What is it based on?
Wuthering says, what is it based on?
It is Bollinger Band. I'm showing you the whole script right now. So if you have any questions about it, you don't understand it, then we can talk about it right now, right? So I'm adding Bollinger Bands on here, and then I'm saying if we're below the lower Bollinger Band and we cross above it, then I'm going to go long, and vice versa on the other side. And then this little trigger part right here is just to ensure that you only do it once. Make sense? Now, I want to steal a piece of code from another strategy I've written. I'm going to put this one over here. I don't want to... This one's super secret. Not that it's like amazing or anything, but there is... I don't want the person that showed
Mark
it to me.
Jones
probably
says, what is Sept platform? Think or swim?
This, I am using Ninja Trader is what we're doing this all in. Okay.
Salim L. Wuthering says, no, don't waste your time on that stuff. You yourself don't believe in them.
Well, so the whole point of this is to show why technical analysis doesn't
Vlad
work.
Stolyarov
But
says,
that,
think or swim has its own think script.
Yeah. To show you technical analysis doesn't work, but that you shouldn't ignore it. I guess I'm kind of trying to show you where it can be useful and what the actual strats setup of it is. So, like with a channel indicator, what does a channel indicator tell you? It tells you that the degree of movement, that you're having is unusual. That's what a channel
Vlad
tells you, right?
Stolyarov says, my strategy for high volatility was to counter trend on oversold overbought conditions on 15 minutes in martingale to break even if trade doesn't work within short amount of time.
Yeah. So a channel is useful because it tells you that the price action that you're having is unusual. And then we're going to go and we're going to backtest it all, and we're going to say, okay, this is why you should use this channel. So the argument right now is, what's better, a Donchian channel or a standard Bollinger Bands? And so far, my studies have shown that the Bollinger Band works better. Okay. Where is... Now, this is not right because...
Salim L. Wuthering says, if you give a 50% success rate, that just gambling money the market is generous to give.
So I think we want maybe this one. Yes. Okay.
Dan H. says, I like the Keltner ATR bands. Vlad Stolyarov says
I
Bitcoin is
did those
different. It
too.
probably going to test 9600, 9400 BC. It sounds like it should.
Right? And I have Donchian, Bollinger, Keltner, and a variation of Bollinger Band using the Super Smoother. So we have all of them. If there's another channel indicator that you guys would like us to test to include in there, we can do that. So we want to find that we're going to find the best channel indicator. Okay, so one, and I want to put this in at my bands dot lower of 0. Oh, let's see here. How am I generating signal?
Salim L. Wuthering says HHHHH. Sounds like a joke. Use your YouTube channel Sept, ha ha ha.
Let's make this right here. Okay. Call it channel. Okay. So we're changing it to use limit orders. This should probably change some things about it. I don't know if it'll make it better or worse. Upper signal short. Actually. Oh, no, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. So by giving it a signal a name, so entering long limit and then adding a name there, I can create like a customized stop. So let's just run that. Okay, so it does not increase the profitability. Probably because, yes, significantly less trades. Okay, so enter long. Let me pull up the thing because it's not auto-filling for me. Managed approach, blah, 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 blah. Okay, enter long, is it? Enter long MIT.
Wonkatonking says working on a holiday, geez mate.
Always, man. I really just don't like messing the schedule up. It's like if you sleep in on Monday and then I'm all screwed up for the rest of the week. So, and this is a time period where you can get a lot of work done because everybody else is asleep.
Wonkatonking says hope all is well.
Yeah. We're doing great.
Wonkatonking says what are you doing? Coding Nihar.
Yep. We're back testing channel strategies. Wondering what do we mean? Oh, mark it if touched. Mark it if touched. Enter long stop market.
Wonkatonking says oh dude, have used TradeStation, sign up to give it a try.
Yeah, I'd like to. I really should try it. It's popular enough. I think that TradeStation is like the most popular platform that I haven't actively gotten on my computer and tried out. So I really should. And I hear that they have good back testing.
Try asterisk.
I mean, they were the first ones to really have back testing. Okay. Well, so I think that I'm just going to do it like this. Enter long.
Wonkatonking says I've
Give it a name.
asterisk. Salim L. Wuthering says just because it's a holiday doesn't mean you should waste it on bowling or bands.
Oh, we're doing a video about it. So we're gonna make a video with it. If we do this right, it'll be something that'll really help the channel out. Okay, so we're back to where we were. Okay, cool. So now,
Wonkatonking says yay, learning curve is high. Been watching YouTube on them.
the learning curve is high.
Dan H says multicharts is fun to program as well.
Oh, I see. Control C. We can do that. And we're going to do this. Okay. So I want.
Mark Jones says does Ninja Trader have a backtesting component?
Yep, that's what we're using right now. Okay, and I want to change this to calculation mode dot price, and the target should be my bands dot middle, yes, of 0. Okay. Actually, I'm going to come in here and put double reward equals middle minus my bands lower of 0 reward. So the target is going to be the middle, and the stop loss is going to be calculation mode dot price, comma. Oh, okay, this is the value. Okay, it's going to be double stop equals. Let's see here. So this is the long, right? So it's going to be my bands lower of 0 minus reward. Call this my stop. My stop. Okay, so it goes long. It sets the target to be the middle of the middle band, and the stop loss to be equal to that. And ta-da. Okay. So we'll add these two things in here. This one. Same thing here. So for that, this one, it's going to be, the calculation is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be, the reward is my bands dot upper of 0 minus my bands middle lower. Okay, and then my stop will be my bands dot upper plus the reward. So we got equal risk reward. Enter long, or sorry, that's already correct. These should all be short. Short, price, middle, my stop, trigger, true, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, this should help a little bit. Actually didn't change a whole lot, did it? $102, $103. Actually gives us slightly more trades. Still a skewed risk reward there for some reason. Okay, so let's come in here and look at the charts. See what it's doing here. Okay, so it came up, it came down, and we got the profit target. Why did it take the profit target down to there? Because the target should be, oh, it was right there. Oh, I see. I see. Maybe not what we want to do, huh? Nope, it's totally doing what we want. Except for right here, 33, let's see here. 33.84.50. So it did not get in at the price that it should. Yeah, that did what it should, but it's not quite entering where we really want. Long, comma, my bands dot lower of 0. So I think it might be because that particular indicator is not calculating on price change. Which one does it not like? It doesn't like that one. Double stop price. Oh, I got it backwards. Okay. So let's try, see if that changes anything. It does. Actually, it takes less trades. But did it actually enter where we wanted it to? Is the question. See, why did it get in at 86.75? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Well, I could try doing it with it, just like if it goes below, then set the trigger, right? All right, let's try it.
Eric McDermott says how long MKT's trade today at your convenience.
What do you mean, Eric? No, I would not recommend taking any trades today because it's a holiday. So you're likely to get really awful action.
Yuri says, is it safe to trade today?
Oh, I mean, safe is probably the wrong word, but there's not going to be as
Eric
much
McDermott
opportunity.
says, does it close at noon?
Yes, early close. Early close, there's not going to be a whole lot of volume. I mean, the market will go, won't it? It will be open, but it's a holiday. Nobody trades this. Unless there's like some sort of key piece of news or they decide to do something crazy. I mean, I suppose given the zaniness that we've been having that somebody could try something
Eric McDermott says, do you trade Forex?
Nah, I don't recommend trading Forex. It's not you don't really have a whole lot of edge over there as a retail trader, unfortunately. Okay, what was I doing? I guess I was just copying that. Okay. So I'm going to change this so that it's more like if
Eric McDermott says, do you use brackets?
no. Oh, you know what? I wonder, is there like a current price? Hold on. Get current bid. Let's try this. Current ask. Still doesn't do it. See, it's so I want it to be, it should be calculating on every price change. So it should be that it should say, okay, here's where the band is, here's lower. But it must be using the previous bars or something like that. I don't know. I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, well, let's try that. Right here.
Yuri says, can please convert this to line in C hash. Study colored VWAP. Overlay equals true plot VWAP. Color equals rising VWAP. 2 green, red. Style equals line bar. Line width equals 3. Transp equals 1. Title equals VWAP.
Is that from, oh, that's from C sharp? It just looks like it's a line that adds a VWAP to a chart.
QQ says, thoughts on the upcoming CME Nasdaq Volatility Index?
Well, I was really surprised that it was going to be on the CME, but it's going to be useful. It's going to be a useful tool for sure. And being able to see the volatility on the Nasdaq and incorporate it into our strategies, we could do some stuff with that. Yeah, it's cool. I'm not going to trade volatility myself because I don't really understand how to predict it very well, but yeah, I'm excited about it. I think you're right to pick up on that it's a significant thing. Okay, let's see if that runs.
Yuri says, is to color red and down green and up.
Well, what you're posting doesn't really apply at all to anything in NinjaTrader. It's just going to be specific to that platform. Oh, that actually did change something. that actually did change something, but it's the losing trade is like much larger for some reason still. Try this. Better on that, but not more profitable. 33.87.50. See, it's still getting in all the way up here. That's so annoying. But there must be some internal movement type stuff. So we're going to change this around. I think this will be, if we could do it this way, it'll be a little bit more accurate. If cross below. Actually, we don't want to do it on a cross below. If
Beginner trading says, what are you programming?
we're programming a strategy to test channel strategies. So I'm just trying to get like the best way of, when you come back down from the other side of the channel. Right. So the thing that's bothering me right now is it works, but like here you come below the Bollinger Band, and when you come back up, it should try and take it long, right? So
Beginner trading says on ThinkScript or Python. Douglas
No,
Welch
no,
says
no, no.
algos are
Get a
80%
Ninja
of the
Trader.
e-mini market.
We're doing it in Ninja Trader. Close of 0 is greater than my band's dot upper of 0.
Beginner trading says all
this stuff. See, the problem is that I don't think that.
Douglas Welch says you can't compete with the algos?
Well, we're trying to show. So let's back up. Hold a second. Got a couple of new people in here, so you're probably not too familiar with kind of our approach. So, in my approach, I would say that the majority of algorithms are going out and doing machine learning stuff to combine multiple indicators and find some edges, and it's constantly changing. So to try and take a trade based purely on technical analysis is kind of silly because the algorithms are always going to beat you to it. So we are very much relying on things that the algorithms cannot see, and our edge has more to do with our understanding of the market and being able to analyze it in quick action faster than other participants. But that doesn't mean that technical analysis is useless, right? For instance, a channel indicator tells you that the price action that you're seeing is unusual, right? It moved outside of the band that's unusual. So a channel, is it useful to know that the price went outside of the channel? Yeah, it can be. So, if that's the sort of a thing that you are interested in or you have a problem with, then adding a channel indicator to your chart might be a good idea. So then the question is, which channel indicator do you use? So we're trying to find the most optimal way of trading a channel indicator so that we can compare them against each other. Make sense? So what I'm doing here in NinjaTrader, I'm just a little concerned. I'm a little bothered here because it's not taking it at the price that I want. So it looks like the backtest result was accurate, but I don't know why it's not triggering where I want it to. Are you taking profit intra-bar or bar close? I think it should be taking it intra-bar. And it looks like it's taking it in the correct spot. But what I don't get is, well, see, we're having an issue with the on-bar close, essentially. So do you see how here we took it? It says it took it at 3,400. Okay. I would like to have taken it here, when it crossed down below the thing. I think it's because I'm using the cross above and cross below triggers. So anyways, because I think that cross above and cross below require look at it based on the on bar close. But I think that when I look at 0, it should be on this bar and it's on this bar, and that's why we're getting what we got. So you see here where it says, okay, I got in here, and then what was the middle band here? It was here, and so then it takes the profit there instead of here. So that's what we're gonna fix. Right. So actually, I think we should do if get current bid is bigger than the upper band, right? If get current offer, ask, you can select which one. Oh, that's the current real-time ask price. Okay, cool. I don't know if that's actually working or not. Maybe I need to add this up into here. Maybe when it's data loaded, it's too late. I don't know. We'll do that. We'll do that and see what it does, all right? Oh, these are backwards. If the get current bid is less than the lower, is greater than the upper, okay, then long. I'm not going to do it with this. I'm just going to do it with this. Okay. So let's see if we just do it that way. Oh, do you have to use tick replay? I don't think so. Shouldn't.
Vlad Stolyarov says another thing I noticed, if there's a strong buy program for no particular reason, you need to wait at least 2 red 5 minutes candles, then short under it if you think there's a higher chance of down move usually.
So let's just do one side of it. That will help us as we're writing it. Like, we'll make sure that we get this one
Yuri
perfectly
says, have
right.
think how to solve the problem of take profit or loss tick above target or tick below loss.
Of loss of tick, what do you mean? You have to be more specific, Yuri. It's okay. We're not going anywhere. You can take the time to write it out. So that right there is exactly what we want, I think. And it took a stop loss. Oh, if we get rid of the stop loss. Oh. Definitely don't want the stop loss in there. Oops. Okay, that didn't help at all. That's funny. We'll just keep it in there for now. Okay. So it does appear though. Let's just go back here and check. Why is it still doing it at the bar close? Or at the bar open? Doesn't have anything to do with this, does it? Hmm. Bands.
Yuri says when you execute an order if need X tick you need X+1 to cancel order.
That still makes no sense what you're saying, Yuri. I feel like I've had this problem before and I just don't remember how we dealt with it. Okay, so let's change it then and not try and calculate on price change. On bar close. And get rid of that. Okay. That should mean that we shouldn't need this bit right here. Okay. If close of 0 is less than my band's thought lower of 0. So it shouldn't be canceling the order. I don't understand why you're talking about canceling the order. Okay. Huh. Oh, I see. This is the bar that's triggering it right here. Okay. So there's got to be a better way to do this, you think? Or is that just the way that is that just the way it is?
Vlad Stolyarov says when Think or Swim posted imbalance to sell side 3:30 p.m. based on Benzinga Friday after that surprise rally. If people shorted S futures around 3,440 just based on that signal alone, they get 20 points plus.
Okay, cool. But now what we're doing. Okay, cool. That's wrong. Okay, if the close of 0 is greater than. Oh. Durr. Okay.
Yuri says I see you using NinjaTrader that a set of create custom TP loss. If the market want to hit your target, you need market go above you TP plus 1 tick. We need ones hit TP order cancel.
Yeah, well, we got rid of that. So now it's getting out at, I think it's getting out at the spot that we should. So we're saying you have to close above it to get out. So right here we closed above it, and then that's where we got out. Cool. And when we come to the summary, well, that's not very good, but still get the losers. Well, it's closer. It's closer, actually. But it looks like when it goes, that it tends to go quite a bit more. Oh my, that's interesting. I want a chart. So you get ones like this, right, where here it was below it. So it triggered an order in, and it got in like literally right here. And then it got out. So there's some real problems with it in there. The way that we had it before worked a lot better. Was a much more naive approach. Let's see here. Right. That was the 0.911. Here's this one. So why is it that this one works better? All right. That's the one where we got the losers are way bigger. Okay, what if we change this to on bar close and we do it like that? Get rid of that. Don't need that either. Oh, doesn't change anything. See, it does it on the close. So it's always kind of going to be late, isn't it? Well, that's Bollinger Band, though. It's doing the cross above. See, the reason why this wins is because it's always in a position. If I come back and add back in the stop loss, when it's not always in a position, it probably doesn't work as well. Oh, hey. Not bad. Actually, that's really good. That's about what we want to see. What do you think about that one? When we come in, we can look here. Okay, it's buying at the close of that, at the beginning of this bar, essentially, right? Close of this bar. Goes long, stays in here till it gets the opposite signal, and in this particular case, it took a stop loss. Sweet. We could put a target in here. Like we could put the target could be this other side. Well, I don't know. Doing it to the middle didn't really help, did it? That's very interesting. See, that one could have been a buy, you know? Well, let's just try something here really quick. Yeah. If you cross above.
Salim L. Weathering says 6E is always ranging, put it on YM.
What if we did it with highs and lows? Well, I can't do it with the lower because if the low, well, actually, maybe it could. If low.
Eric McDermott says, do you ever use trailing stops?
Whenever I've tried using a trailing stop, it didn't work. A trailing stop in all of the back testing that I've done is always shows that you lose profits. I think I've maybe seen one instance where it helped. so this one was at was overnight at 10:54. Well, that is all very, very different.
Eric McDermott says, do you get ghost trades?
What do you mean by ghost trades? That is not what we wanted to have happen at all. Maybe if I do it like this. We don't need this my trigger stuff, by the way.
Salim L. Wuthering says, at Eric McDermott, I use a reverse trade instead of a trailing stop. Hydrate. Eric McDermott says they can't see your stops, etc.
Oh, I see. Cross above. It wants this one actually. Exit short. I'm just a little confused from some of the questions that you guys are asking me today. So if you can just kind of elaborate on what you're saying, because there's only 14 of us in here. We got all the time in the world. We're not going anywhere. So just pick the time to explain out what you're talking about, because I'm getting like these one sentences and I'm like, what are you talking about? And it's probably not your fault. I'm just clueless. Okay, so that is a little bit more like, wow, thoughts. Oh, that's much better. That's much better. And I'm just using a set stop loss. What happens if I decrease the stop loss and try and get a skewed risk reward? Hey, it actually works really well on the longs. 37% is not bad. Was it actually did make more, didn't it? See, if I set my stop around 12 to 16, it should be. Yeah. Well, that's what I really wanted, though. So let's just come back to the chart and see here. Yeah. So it'll buy it and exit here. In this case, in this case, so it needs to, the close has to be above it is the thing. It has to close above the bar in order for it to trigger. So that's kind of where I was getting screwed up a little bit, I think. Now, if we wanted to do it just every time that a bar ever went below it, then that would be a little bit different, right? That's where you would have to do this.
Brad Messerl says the max drawdown is the main number I look at.
Actually, it would just be like enter short, enter long. It'd be like this. And I think you could just comment that out. And yes. Oh, max drawdown being the number that you look at. Well, there's definitely something to that. You're not wrong. I bet you this is going to get stopped out a lot with the way that we're doing it. Yep. Yep. I bet you it's not profitable. Oh, it is. It's actually quite a bit more profitable. Well. That's a horse of a different color. So now we need to
Eric
take some
McDermott
pictures.
says, are you using a divergence?
A divergent. Well, this is only using a Bollinger Band. Only using a Bollinger Band. So we're going to take a picture of that. Come back over here into paint.
Vlad Stolyarov says there's a cool indicator in Think or Swim sequence counter like DeMarc's sequential, but of course it doesn't work in summer with no volume days.
Oh yeah, the DeMarc sequential is interesting. Although I've never tried backtesting it, but somebody told me
Eric
that
McDermott
it
says
doesn't.
try the VIX.
Somebody told me that it doesn't do anything. But
Salim L. Weathering says can't see what's the profit. Vlad Stolyarov says counts to 9 or 13 and has arrow.
Hold on a second.
Vlad Stolyarov says when to enter probability increases. Brad Messerl says that backtest looks good.
Yeah. The results that we're getting out of it are much
Vlad
more.
Stolyarov says another channel trade site has their own type of sequential counter.
Yeah, we could backtest
Vlad
sequential
Stolyarov says
counters.
for e-signal.
We could go and we could build the TD in NinjaTrader, even though it's illegal or whatever. So I couldn't give it to you, but we could program it and we could backtest it and see what it does. Okay, so now that we got them next to each other, so let's just see here. So the profit factor on them is equal. Sharp ratio on both of them is pretty low.
Eric McDermott says the VIX is mirror image of S.
Max drawdown is similar. Profitable. This one kind of looks like splitting
Brad Messerl says your commissions will be through the roof, slightly smiling face.
Yeah. It's not going to be profitable after commissions, I'm going to bet. But that's not the point of what we're trying to do, so that's fine. Wait, how did those... Oh. Right. Because... Wait, how did that end up like that? How did it end up like this? How did I get a loser of minus 64? That must just be, I don't know. I don't know. Should never be more than 16, right? The stop loss should be.
Salim L. Weathering says what? I told you the 50% is just gambling money, no edge.
Oh, it's not no edge. If it was just gambling money, then you would get more like a 45%. 45%, and this is showing you break even. This is a break even strategy. Once we add in, so I do think I like the other one better, just because it's cleaner.
Vlad Stolyarov says casino has an edge on 0.01 edge.
So I think that this is, because of the way that this one works, I think that it's much more kind of what people are expecting. A channel indicator to work. And it does make a little bit more. We could just come in here and you can see, well, now those ones doesn't work, but here you can see it tries to sell it. Yeah. If it crosses above it, then it tries to sell it. Where's a good example? If it crosses above it, when that bar closes, it buys it. So it's slow. It's slow. You could definitely pull out quite a bit more if you were scalping it, but you kind of have to set your expectations somewhere. So here's my question for you guys.
Vlad Stolyarov says sometimes I would enter a trade and don't know where to exit a trade, and I think sequence counter is good for profit taking. Salim L. Weathering says ha 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 ha. You guys are crazy. Try it on YM.
Try it on YM. Okay. Try it on YM. Where is it? Oh, why not NQ? Why YM? Well, fine. Whatever. If it does better, significantly different, I'll be surprised. Oh. It's pretty similar. You get good winners. This is cool. That's what you want.
Salim L. Weathering says because NQ mean reverts.
But this already tells you something about Bollinger Bands that I think that when you really think about it, you would probably already know, but your most naive approach to it is wrong, right? Because the naive approach is Bollinger Band breaks out, you fade it. And we can see that when you fade it, the probability is not very good. Is it? So I think in this case, it's a little different for YM than ES, right? Because ES had a probability closer to. That's because of where we're setting our stop. We would have to adjust our stop for YM.
Eric McDermott says what was your biggest day $. Congrats on such.
Oh, I think the most that I've ever made on a live trade in a day is 500. Yeah. Pretty sure. So remember there was a one day where I took a short took a short on the treasuries after the FOMC minutes release, and I made half a point. And then it went like twice as far as that. I was like, oh, I'm so dumb. Could have been such a better trade than
Vlad Stolyarov says I know best way to lose the most is martingale on a bad day.
Okay. So
Vlad Stolyarov says do the opposite on a winning day.
Yeah. So the question I got for you guys is this an acceptable channel indicator strategy to you? This is the way that a channel is tended to be traded, and it looks like our entries and everything are being accurate. Oh, let's change the fill resolution here just to be sure that doesn't change, because sometimes that can change. No, okay, we're still good. See, now if I came in here and
Brad Messerl says, can I ask an off-topic question?
Sure. No, it actually still shows a little bit of profit.
Vlad Stolyarov says I noticed Bollinger Bands work fine on daily if you have risk management on NQ.
Okay. Yeah, well, the results that we're getting here is if you set your stop correctly, you should be able to make a little bit of money with it, generally speaking. Yeah, don't ask if you can ask questions. Just ask. It's all cool. Well, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like we're in a class, but you're fine. We're chill like that, right? Okay, so on bar updates. Oops.
Stressbird 365 says, do you share your strategy?
I'm showing you the code right now. For this back test you're talking about, or are you talking about like what I actually trade? Because this technically is not what I actually trade.
Eric McDermott says best trade platform for e-minis, etc. Brad Messerl says I am using ATR to measure volatility. So you have any other indicators that might measure it better?
Well, the VIX. The VIX is definitely a really good way to do it. Although VIX is kind of more useful on like a daily time frame.
Eric McDermott says also fees, underlying, etc.
Best platform for minis? Well, so I got to tell you, Eric, I don't think that there's like any one platform that is like conclusively the best. They all kind of have their pluses and minuses.
Vlad says on normal days Tradeovate is fine. I am using right now for days like past 2 NinjaTrader is great.
Yeah. So I'm using AMP futures and I trade with NinjaTrader 8 and Jigsaw Day Trader for my execution. And I have a video about that called What is the Best Futures Trading Software Platform? I also have an affiliate code for Jigsaw if you end up getting that. Helps the channel out a ton. But like I said, I don't think that there's like a perfect platform, you know? So I like that setup because I trade off of the DOM. If you trade off a chart, then maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe you just want to use NinjaTrader. Sierra Charts is an okay platform. It's really stable. It has a lot of features. And you pay a monthly fee instead of a big, charge at the beginning. Like they're saying, Tradeovate is okay. Tradeovate's charts are kind of crappy. I'm hearing a lot of guys in the chat that were using Tradeovate moving away from them, actually.
Interactive brokers can hook up to stuff, I think. Yeah. Brad Messerl says you think the VIX would be a legit indicator even for other futures than E-mini?
Sure. Well, Brad, there's a volatility index for everything, right? We just added NASDAQ volatility index futures on the CME, and there's a volatility index for treasuries. And I'm sure that for even some other things that aren't like stocks, I'm sure that there are things
Brad
that are similar.
Brad Messerl says hum okay. Vlad Stolyarov says I don't know much about Jigsaw. People seem to like it.
Yeah. Well, it's the best DOM. It's without question the best DOM. Okay, so here's our little image. I'm just going to move some of these older pictures.
Eric McDermott says who give you best leverage, etc.
Who gives you the best leverage? Ooh, dude. dude, if that's the way that you're approaching it,
Vlad
I'd be
Stolyarov says
careful.
experience and account size.
Okay, so AMP futures is usually the cheapest, and they give you like if you pay them a fee, um, well, I don't exactly remember how it works, but they'll give you like increased leverage on E-mini futures. But I got to tell you, if you're just trying to lever yourself up as much as possible, that's super dangerous, and you're really highly likely to just blow up. So I'd be really careful about that. I would focus more
Vlad
on,
Stolyarov says everyone probably already raised their margins.
just coming out profitable. Yeah, that might be true. We have a bet going on when AMP futures is going to
Vlad
raise people's
Stolyarov says
margins.
BC volatility increasing.
Okay, so Dungeon Channel now. Let's make sure that we got these. Actually, let's just go and do all of these.
Eric McDermott says okay. Best bang for buck.
It's you're gonna get AMP futures, and everybody else is gonna be. You're probably not gonna find better than AMP futures.
Brad
but you
Messerl
might
says the
find
issue I am
easier.
having is before COVID my strategy is basically flat. Brad Messerl says then COVID hit and I have two strategies that work really well. So I am trying to add volume part of my strategy to turn the stuff off when volume tanks. Vlad Stolyarov says wonder how bad Apple Silicon MacBook will be. Douglas Welp says without a high-quality algo program in place, you will lose all your money.
Well, so that's an interesting thing is oh wait, what? What just happen?
James Carlson says AMP is $400 per S contract before the volatility gets crazy.
Yeah. No, there's a way to get it to 300. What happened? Bollinger Strat works. Donchian Strat. Oh, you know what? You know why? We need to change this to. Need to change this to unbar close for starters.
James Carlson says oh wow, that's crazy, I haven't used my AMP account since April.
That's funny, dude. Why does the Donchian Strat not work? Wait, does Keltner ones not work too? Ah.
Eric McDermott says have you heard of Futures 71?
Of course. There must be a problem. I must be getting a it just doesn't work for a Donchian channel, I guess, because you don't get beyond those. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So then how was it even ever getting Hmm. close in my band style lower.
Eric McDermott says he has developed trade exchange. Think cheap to trade. Not CK yet.
How are you supposed to use the Donchian channel then? Yeah, let's do it on Investopedia.
Eric McDermott says Futures 71. Has own trade exchange. Do you know about?
He has his own trade exchange? What? I don't know what you're talking about.
James Carlson says OVX and GVC usually give me a heads up about S volume. Those other CBOE volume products can be useful for index traders as well.
Okay, we're going to try changing this one for the Donchian channel. And maybe we'll change the other ones as well to match this up a little bit. If close of, well, let's see here. If high
Eric McDermott says he's promoting Futures 71 futures trading at
to
low prices, I believe. Live.
My bands dot upper. If low of 0. Enter short. Now we got rid of all this junk. Calculate on bar close. Lower. And I'm going to add another thing, and that is my bands dot lower of 0. Oh, we need to do this of 0. My bands lower to 0 is equal to my bands dot lower of 1. Close. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, don't want profit target. Entries are exits and vice versa.
Eric McDermott says Futures 71 say he has low rates. He developed recently.
Oh, you're
I like
not.
to seek
I
out.
think you're
Do you know about?
misunderstanding.
James Carlson says Tastyworks has their small exchange for those interested in putting on trades with smaller amounts of capital. Not sure about the liquidity though. Have an account, but have never traded it.
You're talking about
James Carlson says I'll update the group when first due.
You guys are talking about the group commissions that you can get through EdgeClear. And it sounds like that Futures Trader 71 has created his own group through EdgeClear. I talked to them about doing that, but the time just wasn't right for me to do it. Actually, really wanted to do it this year, in fact, or this fall, but it wasn't working out. Okay, so on this one, I think it should take it, but I don't know. Probably it won't. Does that situation ever actually occur? Doesn't. Okay, fine. Ooh. Okay. That takes a lot of trades. It actually gives you an okay trap bar effect. This one actually is a little.
Eric McDermott says, what do you mean, group?
So, like, if you together push a certain amount of volume, then you all get cheaper commissions. So there's already like volumes, like with AMP futures, if you're trading like 1,000, 10,000 turns a month, then you can get a discounted rate from them. And what they've done is they've set it up so if you together as a group are able to trade a certain amount within a year, then they'll give you a discount. Kind of like they would do it with like a prop trading firm. And so futures, I always set one up, and I think that Future Trader 71 is setting one up, and yeah, well, that's interesting. It actually is not very well. It's working, so that's interesting. Oh, so I never. Oh, I did do this one correctly. Okay, so this one has Bollinger. What's the drawdown on these, by the way? Oh, the drawdown on that is like quite a bit better. Actually, maybe the Donchian channel is better. It's not better probability wise, but it is better. It happens. It seems like the reason why this one is more profitable is just because it takes a lot more trades, though. So I'm a little hesitant to say. And here the Sharpe ratio is actually pretty good, though. But you can see that the probability on these is kind of like Monte Carlo. In fact, let's do that. Oh, the Monte Carlo is pretty good. That is different from, oh, that's interesting. Huh. Hold the bucket. Hold the boat.
Vlad Stolyarov says programming a strategy is like building an NPC in a game for the time it was good.
Yeah, it is.
Vlad Stolyarov says until a player beats it.
Oh, they're both kind of the same, actually. They're both kind of the same. Well, let's come back here.
Douglas Welp says, what is a good algo program to purchase for e-mini trading?
Well, we're doing it in NinjaTrader. That's what we're using. Let's see what it does with the Bollinger Strat with that way doing it. That still comes out to 106. I don't think that's not quite as good. I do think we could get this better. So like in the Bollinger Strat here, it's like, right, we're doing it if it's crossing above it, as opposed to when you were crossing below it before. So that was, I want to actually have that piece of code just to save it.
Douglas Welp says, who is this Vinny e-mini trader?
Oh, I have this person. He's this, yeah. We don't talk about him, Douglas. we're not going to talk about other trades. I do not recommend buying his stuff. That's all I can say about it.
James Carlson says, if a strategy is robust, then it usually works a majority of the time depending on the frequency time frame. I usually just drop position size down and trade the same strats on smaller time frames.
Oh, I see what's going on here. No, I know you. Listen, we don't. I'm so fucking sick of that channel. I wish they would just go away. I want nothing to do with it. He's gonna go. How much is he paying you? Tell you what. It's just so frustrating because what'll happen is he'll get in a mode where like he needs money or who knows what the deal is. So he'll get a bunch of people together and he'll be like, "Oh, I'll give you money if you like help me promote my thing." So yeah, I'll go out and spam other people's channels about this basically a scam, right? And then y'all get burned by him. He doesn't pay up or whatever the deal is. And y'all come back crying to me. I'm just so sick of it. I wish it would just fucking go away. Or that the authorities would do something about it because he's makes claims that are not. Yeah. Anyways, hate it. Pisses me off. And I will ban people trying to push that shit in my channel. Yep, you're right. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, whatever. And then we should get back to one that's 41,000. Yep, 41,000. Okay. So there's the 41,000 one. So then let's come back over here and do the Donchian channel one. Okay. So Just know that that one seems to be better because it takes way more trades. So it's kind of like doubling down on something.
Eric McDermott says, do you have newsfeed for worldly events, in case of good or
Yes.
bad news? P.S. Cool channel.
Thanks. I use Financial Juice, and if you go over to Financial Juice, they have a deal going on until the 14th. So basically for another week, I guess, where you can get a lifetime membership for $700. And that's what I did. Mm-hmm.
Salim L. Weathering says, is having babies overrated?
Absolutely not. It is underrated, my friend. Underrated. Having babies, probably most underrated thing in the world.
Vlad Stolyarov says, try to raise a dog first at Salim L. Weathering. Stressbird 365 says, I hate that guy. I did follow him for a while and didn't like his attitude.
Yeah, I had a guy that came in, and I met him on a Facebook group. And wait, hold on. The squawk is saying something. I met this guy on a Facebook group, and he was showing me. I was like, "Oh, this seems to be working." And I was like, "Nah, it doesn't work. It's taking a stop that's 4 times larger than your profit. So it's going to look like you're winning all the time, but ultimately you lose money, and you lose it very quickly. When it happens, when it falls apart, you lose the money very, very quickly." And he's like, "No, I don't believe you." So then like 3 months later, the guy comes back, and it's just the absolute worst horror story you could possibly ever imagine, right? Like, he gave this guy a couple $1,000s, he didn't get anything back, and they were like doing like personal mentoring and stuff. So like he'd pay him to like personally mentor you, and it was basically like he would call you up on the phone and berate you for 6 hours. Like, some of the stuff that I've heard is just like, can you imagine? You're trading, and I were to call you up on the phone, and that's my mentoring for you, is to call you up on the phone and just yell at you for hours on end. And I mean, it was like hours and hours. And one of these guys said, "Oh, I wanted to see how long he was going to go, so I didn't say anything," and he just kept going. I couldn't believe it. And you would think it was like, okay, well, like one person can come in, maybe they didn't like it, you know, and they're going back and trying to hurt this guy or something like that. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm not kidding. Every 3 months, I'll come in and I'll get a flood of them coming into this channel, and they all tell me the same shit. And it's always, "Oh, Seth, we wish that we had listened to you the first time, because they gave this guy money, and he keeps getting them over and over and over again." And like, what do you do? And not only that, but the channel just engages in bullying of the worst degree. Like, have you ever, like, you know what it's like to sit and listen to a person lie about you and insult your appearance for like 6 hours straight? Like, he did a whole week, literally, where all he did was attack me. Absolutely ridiculous. And of course, YouTube doesn't do shit. What's this?
Beginner Trading says, that is how Fiverr gets you. They give you like 4-to-1 risk-reward ratio to wrap you in, then when you lose it will compensate plus for what you make. New traders get wrapped up in Fiverr picks.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, the thing you got to realize is that taking on risk is an edge, right? If you take on additional risk, it increases your probability of winning, essentially, right? The larger your stop is, the less likely you are to get stopped out, the more likely that it is to go up to a good spot and you make the money. And one of the ways that a lot of algorithms make money is just from being in the market all the time, right? So yeah, they get you that way. The problem with it is that when it falls apart, it does so quickly that there's nothing you can do, because you're losing money 4 times faster than you made it. So all it takes is one bad day and your account is gone. Oh man, I don't like talking about it because then you're going to get more trolls coming in. But if they're going to bring it up and people are going to try and push the channel, and I'm sure that the individual that was bringing it up, because this is like the second time now, and I hadn't heard from that channel in a long, long, long time. So I'm sure that they're coming and trying to recruit people. He needs more money or who knows what, but ugh. So I have to tell it to you, but let's change the subject now, right? Back to the back testing. Yep. So this one is the Donchian channel one. Donchian. And then the Keltner is, yeah, the same as this. Bands Keltner.
Salim L. Weathering says, I heard that Tasty Trade guy talking about HFS importance in providing liquidity and the fact that liquidity is the single most important aspect of any market.
Yeah, and because of the algorithms, there is more liquidity, but I think that there's downsides to it that they're not considering. One of them being that you're not getting a whole lot of human market makers providing liquidity anymore. So when things go down, the liquidity just disappears because the high frequency trading machines, they don't know what's going on. They just know that they've lost too much money that day and shut down. So you get some real problems. Some real problems. Wow, that Donchian channel takes so many trades. But it doesn't, I don't think that the probability is as good. Well, we'll see here in a second. I'm still going to give the edge to the Bollinger Band, frankly, to be honest with you. Maybe that's my own bias running in there, but oh, hold the boat. Huh. Doesn't seem to be very positive there for the super smoother, does it?
Sunday Driver says, I agree with you about modern day liquidity.
Yeah.
It's not real. It's ghost liquidity.
And the question is, how many people are the robots actually pushing out that actually would be here and providing liquidity if it wasn't for the robots? Can we say that the improved liquidity really is because of the robots? Get rid of the robots and see how many people pick up day trading. You know? I just, no, whole thing is kind of, well, that one is
Salim L.
not very
Weathering says,
good.
at Sunday Driver there is no such thing as ghost liquidity. Liquidity is liquidity. Long-term traders are as cowardly as HFTs or even more.
Well, that might be true. I mean, that's a good point, Salim. The thing is like, we couldn't really know unless we could go into an alternate timeline. You know what I mean?
Sunday Driver says, not popular, but I've always said that there should be a transactional tax to eliminate HFT.
Nah, the transactional tax wouldn't accomplish anything. There's better ways to get rid of it. You just have to reduce the spread. Just reduce the size of the instruments. So the reason that high frequency trading is even possible on stocks is because it used to be back in the 70s that the spread was 1/16 of a cent. They said, "Oh, you know what? Sorry, my newsfeed is talking. I should just turn them off because nothing's happening." It used to be that they were traded in 16ths of a cent because that was the minimum amount for spread, right? And on a thick instrument, you make 1/16th, and that was like equal to your costs and everything, and so there wasn't an edge in messing with that. And then they came in and they said, well, that's too hard for regular people. They can't understand a 16th of a cent. That's too difficult, and the price, the quotes, and everything, that's no good. And so they changed it so that everything had to be rounded to the nearest cent. And because everything was rounded to the nearest cent, then you got all of these high frequency trading and arbitrage people that were coming in and taking advantage of the fact that 1 cent is too much. So if you reduced the spread, if you allowed stocks to be priced in sub cents, then the high frequency trading, a lot of that high frequency trading would disappear. Now, if you reduced the spread by 16, yeah, they wouldn't make money. You wouldn't need the transactional tax. And the issue is that if you add a transactional tax, they'll just move. Just watch. New Jersey is putting it in there. They're gonna make they're gonna charge a tax on them, and I bet you almost anything that everybody that's has their data centers in New Jersey are going to move them over to New York. And frankly, if the United States did it, I think that everybody would move their order flow to Singapore. Wouldn't be good. Not to mention that the people have to pay the transaction tax too. So kind of hurts anybody that's doing a lot of trading. Right? And you would just end up with less liquidity, which in these markets is like the real problem. You know what I mean? Okay, so I had this set up to... Oh, it was because of the close. That's right. So that's where we get this thing right here. This bit. Oh, no.
Sunday Driver says part of what makes HFT work is that they park their servers right next door to the exchange servers. Fine, let them move to Singapore. It won't work as well.
Oh, no, you don't understand. They won't. It's not like they will put their servers in... It's not like they'll put their traders in Singapore and trade over in U.S. stocks. They'll just stop trading the U.S. markets. They'll all move to Singapore. And the major stuff, like, of course, if you're a U.S. stock and you have to be listed in the U.S., then the stock market here would still work. But, like, especially all of the commodities and stuff, they would move.
Sunday Driver says fine. Let other markets have that headache.
Salim L. Weathering says at Sunday Driver, what the heck is wrong with technology? Don't you like a fast execution? What the hell?
But to my point, there's a much easier way. Now look at that. Would you look at that?
Sunday Driver says I'm not against fast execution. I'm against distortions that don't allow for price discovery.
Lobo Trader says hi, good morning and happy holiday, slightly smiling face.
No. Sorry, I have this so that you guys can't even see it in many cases. Okay. E-mini trying to move up. I wouldn't be surprised. That continues today.
Sunday Driver says I bought a Canon EOS SL3.
That's not bad. Okay. Oops. You know what? We should have. We didn't save the screenshot of this one. Okay. So now.
Salim L. Wuthering says at Sunday Driver without a tight spread and market participation there no price discovery.
So this one gets slightly better, but when you do that same thing with the super smoother, it does terrible. Which here again, it kind of suggests that the results that you're getting are random and or that has more to do with your that it's popular. Now the Donjian channel one is interesting because it does give you a quite a bit better profit factor, but it's taking a lot more trades too. And the probability on that one isn't very high, so I'm going to call that one. Now, the Keltner one is, interestingly enough, is way more higher probability, which is kind of nice. It also seems like it has, oh no, it's not quite. Negative 17, negative 12, so it has a less of a drawdown. But, and then there's the Bollinger too. Then here's my super smooth one.
MISS says hi.
Sunday Driver says price discovery isn't being driven by fundamentals. HFT is a wild distortion and should be discouraged. I would go so far as to say that HFT is theft.
Looks
Eric
to me
McDermott
like
says thoughts on Benzinga
just
Pro.
catches it better. So I don't know if that one's making it any better. The results are interesting. So, hey, so Eric Benzinga, I haven't used them, but they're definitely one of the competitors out there, and they got some pretty good stuff. They're a little bit more expensive. They're not as expensive as News Squawk. I really think that News Squawk, the formerly known as Ran Squawk.
Algo says Game of Life Theory. It's hard to survive in ocean HFT with lots of sharks.
There you go. Ran Squawk is the best, I think, other than having a Bloomberg terminal. Benzinga would be like here too.
Salim L. Wuthering says at Sunday Driver you are just blaming your lack of edge on things you don't fully understand.
Well, it's not. That's not really true, Salim. We're blaming our lack of edge on the competition. The competition with the robots is too fierce. It's true. It's true. But you can't get rid of them. I mean, you really can't. So what you gonna do? I don't know. Anyways, so once you get into some of this, it's kind of like, well, some of your results are a little random. It does look like that you get something okay here with your Bollinger Bands, though. I want to make a video about it to say, okay, if you're going to use a channel, probably you should use the Bollinger Band. But you can see that it's a little bit more complicated than that, huh? Seems like Donchian channels might be useful, but probably we would need to come up with a different strategy to use it. But it doesn't. The Keltner channels kind of has a slightly different. But here again, like the differences between them are so narrow that, like, does it really matter? Well, let's do this. let's go all the way to the beginning. Let's go to 2016. Yes. Shall we? And we'll go and we'll do the Bollinger and run that. Be more profitable and buy a server next to the exchange too. Why do you have to play the victim, Joe Biden style? What the hell? Well, they started earlier. That would be the answer to that. And Zynga gives you block trades. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, New Squawk will give you that too. They'll also give you corporate bond offerings if you're using their fixed income one, which is really useful. And yeah, the Financial Juice Bro doesn't have those things. If you talked to them, they would probably say, "Oh yeah, we could start looking at that stuff." But I digress. No, the reason that they can do what they do is because they were there first. Now that we're not there first, that kind of is hard, huh? All right, so let's redo all of these pictures. Okay, so here's the Bollinger Bands. I'm gonna put this one over here. Oh, don't save. I'm just gonna close these all. New. Paste. Save as. Bollinger. Okay. Bands Bollinger 2. Oh, Zero Hedge has a free 5-minute delay, yeah. So I think that Financial Juice is going to have a delay, but it's going to be a lot less than that. Like, it's going to be a minute. They haven't told us exactly. We'll get more details next week. And a lot of their cool, features that are going to be unique to them, I think they're going to release next week. But my point is still is like, if you want the best deal, Financial Juice has the best deal. And I guess I have a vested interest in it because I bought into them. So I want them to be, because I'm like a founder essentially, and I want them to be successful. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I don't think that you would be unhappy if you used Benzinga. Really, I think that any Squawk would be good because most traders just don't use them. Okay, I didn't click run, did I? Ooh, that is not even close to as good. In fact, on the short trades, it actually loses money. So we won't even save that. Okay. The Dungeon Channel Strategy. Let's look. 4 years of data. Drum roll, please. 108. So pretty close. Hey, but they actually. Oh, no. It's kind of a wash. It's kind of a wash. Max drawdown. The max drawdown on the Danshin channel is still better. And the Sharp ratio is similar. The Sorrentino ratio is not, which I don't know what the deal is with that. Yeah, the probability on all of these is like 0, which is funny. Are we catching like really big winners or something? Yes. Oh my. Oh my. That could be a part.
Salim L. Wuthering says you are all feeding off of HFT liquidity and then blame them for your sorrows. Imagine a 200 tick spread on ES.
Oh, it wouldn't be like that. I think the argument that Sunday is trying to make is that if the high frequency machines weren't there, that day traders would come and there would be an equal amount of liquidity. I think the argument he's making is that the reason the liquidity has increased is because access to markets because of the internet has increased and not because of the robots themselves.
Sunday Driver says HFT is theft and unethical. There are plenty of instances where it has been shown to cause flash crashes and unethical trading practices.
Well, the flash crash is a problem. I don't know. My point is that a financial transaction tax is the wrong way to go about pushing them out if you think they're a problem.
Sunday Driver says yes. Eliminate HFT and humans will fill the void.
The real answer is reduce the spread. Reduce the tick size. Allow them to trade in sub-cent intervals. Because there is a law that specifies that quotes have to be to the nearest cent in U.S. markets.
Salim L. Weathering says a ha 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 Joe Biden style.
Well, we could try doing some stuff by adjusting the stops and stuff. Do you want to do that? I'm sitting here, so I want to make this video and I'll be like, here's why you should use this indicator or not. But then when you go into it, it's kind of like they're just going to say you used it wrong. You know what I mean? So what do I got to do to avoid that? I don't know. Okay,
James Carlson says percent change channels. Prices are not normally distributed, but returns usually are.
I've never heard of that. Do you? Is there like a NinjaTrader 8 indicator out there for that? Is that what you mean? Yes. Okay. So that's a Dodgian.
James Carlson says for Bollingers, first usually prefer the weighted moving average.
That's a good
Sunday
question,
Driver says
James.
explain how to reduce the spread when the HFT profits on transactions where the spread is less than a tenth of a penny.
They don't profit on transactions where the spread is less than a tenth of a penny. It is illegal to price a stock in an increment smaller than a penny. Do you understand what I'm saying? Keltner still doesn't do as well. I don't know, Kelty. Doesn't seem like you work very well. Our Bollinger Band. Oh. Really? Oh, that's sad.
Sunday Driver says quote has nothing to do with it. I have a lot of experience with back-end settlements. Trades are done all the time at sub-penny.
No. You're gonna have to show me some evidence beyond take my word for it. If you're seeing trades like that, maybe those are like
Salim L. Weathering says at Sunday Driver ifs and buts and wills and mights. Maquette participation is market participation, be it from a robot or a human. Imagine you are on the wrong side of the flash crash, what you do? Stick you.
Sell it. Yeah, you sell it. That's what you do. That's so interesting. So somebody said you prefer to use a weighted moving average for your Bollinger. It's a good suggestion. So I'm doing one where it's a super smoother. So let's keep them all the same. So there's a Bollinger cross above, right?
Eric McDermott says forget tax. How about reduce needless pork gov crap expenses? For pet projects. Drug test all gov employees, fire violators after second chance referendum to go after gov employees who violate U or RTS.
Okay.
Sunday driver says I'm old enough to remember when the market was a measure of the economy. Now, it's just a casino. The casino operators and gamblers should be taxed out of the market. They should go back to Vegas.
Well, what are you going to do about that? Because how can you stop somebody like SoftBank coming in and just pulling the shit that they've been doing with calls? I would think that the only way to stop that is for people to actually be informed on prudent trading strategies. I'm not so sure that that's ever going to happen.
Says, imagine you are on the wrong side of the flash crash with a 300 tick spread, a pre-internet market.
I don't think that it ever was a 300 tick spread, Salim. Okay. So we were going to let's make one with a, so hold up. So here's, okay. So here is, what we just did is, here's the strategy using a regular Bollinger Band, and here it is using a super smoother. Okay. So notice that there's some things about the super smoother that are actually really nice, right? It actually does better on the long trades in the super smoother. And you get winners larger than your
Sunday
losers.
driver says spreads that wide will close rapidly, and we don't need HFT to do that. Take that bullshit argument to the Yahoo Finance boards.
Just let them trade in sub-cents.
Eric McDermott says no ghost trades. They do without you seeing.
If you let them trade in sub-cents, then the algos would disappear. You know what? It's going to get better, because you're going to be able to have level 2 quotes on stocks. So then we'll be able to see what's actually going on in the book in the stocks and kind of see some of that game. And maybe that will take some of that edge out. That wouldn't stop them from doing the block trades where they hit all the exchanges all at once. That's kind of crazy, but there's nothing you can do about that stuff. That whole thing where they're like, "Oh, we'll just give everybody a ton of lag," is kind of silly.
James Carson says, "Yup, WMA waits the most recent price change over past data. I usually only play a break below the bands and start to scale out when price gets back inside."
Okay, so let me show you something else first, James. By the way, are you from Utah? I had a friend who was named James Carlson. Well, we didn't know each other very well, but there was a classmate in Utah with that name. Okay, let me open up these other ones. So I did something with moving averages too. Moving averages, I'm pretty confident that that's the best way to trade it. Oh, you live in New York, okay. So here's just a simple moving average strategy. If you're above the moving average, if you come into the moving average, then you go long, and if you're coming down, then you go short, right? So here's a simple moving average. Okay, and you can see that it breaks even, and it doesn't really get you a very good percentage, but it does get a good winning trade to losing trade sort of a thing, because of the nature of a moving average and everything. So that's all good. So that tells us that it's working well. But here an SMA, no edge. But then when you go to a super smoother, a little bit more. 109. It's still kind of within the margin. I mean, really, to get a good strategy that would be worth trading, I think that we would want to use 2. But hey, it works, right? The super smoother does provide some edge. But then, when we came back over here and we did the Bollinger Band and we said, okay, so let's use a super smoother now. Kind of worked on the long side, but not the short side. Isn't that interesting? So that's why I keep saying it seems to me that the reason the Bollinger Band works is because it's so popular. Now, the Keltner channel here as well, the Donchian channel actually shows a very, very slight edge. Very, very slight edge there, right? But it's kind of within the margin. But it is a better max drawdown. So I'd say that maybe there is some edge to the Donchian channel thing, but I don't know. So now let's do it on the one with a weighted moving average. A super smoother is basically like taking a high pass filter and applying it on there to do this smoothing. And so what you get is you get something that's still, well, I'll show you an example over here. The moving average that I have on here is a super smoother. So you get something that's very, very responsive, but still smooths out all of the noise. But it's faster than a simple moving average, right? So another one that I have over here, come back over here, is I also have, we did this moving average thing with a weighted moving average. So there it is with a weighted moving average. So you can see the weighted moving average does better than the simple moving average, but it's not quite as good as the super smoother. It is better. And then I also have an HMA, a whole moving average. Here it is with the whole moving average. Whole moving average is almost as good as the super smoother. Actually, in some ways, you could argue it's better. The whole moving average. Whole moving average is going to be much faster. So, I wish I had Lizard's generalized one. I really need to, next time I need to go and buy his packages. I don't have it. But so we're gonna have to make them all ourselves. So let's just make them. All right. Here, so I need to use a bathroom, but when I come back, we'll go and we'll make our own versions of the Bollinger Bands and test them. All right. Let's ask Sept to test it instead of that crap Bollinger. Well, we could do the volume weighted average. We'll do a VWAP one too. Let's do a VWAP one too. But I think it's fun to do the Bollinger. El Salim says all this crap, but that's the whole point, right? The whole point is this is what, like, understand, Salim, what I'm doing. You got to think this is the big brain move. Not that I'm like incredibly smart, but I think it's a good idea. Okay. We make a video. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Let me go full screen here. The vision. We make a video. And this video will be called The Best Technical Analysis Indicators. I bet you lots of people searching on YouTube for what is the best technical analysis indicator. And then they come in and I will show them and they'll be like, well, look, see here, you could trade Bollinger Bands. Not positive after commissions. Moving average. not positive after commissions. But I am showing you what are the best indicators. Super smoother and whole moving averages, pretty good because they're fast. Right? It exposes all the problems with technical analysis. And then I can come in there and you can be like, yeah, but it's probably better to just trade news, right? But it's not like technical analysis is useless. It's just kind of like it's misused, right? People think that it's predictive. What does the results that we're getting over here show us? Like especially when we pull this thing up, right? Well, the reason that a moving average kind of works is because you get a larger profit than your stop, right? Or when you get the opposite signal in this case, right? It's just the probability of the way that the markets move. And so it's not predictive at all. It's just, right? So once you realize that, then you look at your super smoother and you say, oh, okay, well, so if I am just crossing up above my super smoother, I know that if I'm catching a good trade, this could be a good place to catch it and let it just run. Okay. But just taking it there, I actually don't have that good of a probability of winning. If I can do that, if I can get that like really good risk reward, but have a probability closer to 45 to 50%, which is what I tend to get, then hey, you're golden, right? So you can use your fundamentals news first and then supplement it with technicals. Probably the right way to trade. That's the way that I see it. Okay. VWAP with level 2 and trades in action. Well, yeah, so I was trading. I mean, that's the way that I've always traded, was just purely off of that. That's still technical analysis, by the way, because technical analysis means you're looking at past data, right? But I did okay with that for a while, but I had inconsistent results. So that one's kind of really hard to backtest, especially volume profile. Like, how do you'd have to show me very specific volume profile setups for us to test. You know what I mean? Like yesterday's point of control, like fading yesterday's point of control or something like that, You will get way more views if you just use your edge to get money and then show love. I don't think so. Actually, I know not so. Because, well, I could if I went in and I said, and I made clickbaity titles for all of my day trades, right? $6,000 this day, so easy, blah blah blah. That's what everybody else does, right? I don't want to do that. I want to provide them with real information. Yeah, I use point of control with a volume profile. That's for swing trading. Yeah. So that's where, so this is the whole thing with the argument. So kind of, I started doing this before this came up on Futures.io, but there's this guy on Futures.io and he's like, oh no, it totally works. Look, see, here's this strategy that I have. And he's swing trading. And I'm like, well, the problem is that it's not comparable because you're swing trading, you're holding overnight, your edges that you're holding overnight. Right? Like that, like there is an edge swing trading over scalping purely by the nature of trading overnight and holding it for longer. So to prove if if your swing trading strategy actually truly has edge, you're really going to have to compare it to a risk adjusted rate of return, right? So like, what would you have gotten if you had just gone along the E-mini during that whole period? You know what I mean? With the future, right? So comparing that takes a little bit more work. And I think a lot of people, I think you'd find that you're swing trading, you're probably making money, which is good, but you're probably not making as much money as if you just went long in the E-mini, right? So not saying that your strategy sucks or that it doesn't work, Ryan. I'm just saying it's not really comparable, right? Because if we're trying to say volume profile works, right, then we kind of have to filter out the other edges, He says, yeah, that makes sense. Gotcha. Okay, so we were going to make a volume weighted moving average for our friend here. Yeah. So this is not too hard. In fact, I have one over here. I have Bollinger Super Smooth, I believe is what I call it. No, maybe I call it Super Smooth Bollinger.
Eric McDermott says swing trade, casino, 0.101, till they crucify you, with alternate news, DWN grade, upgrade, World War III, etc.
Maybe I put it up in here. Yeah, this is where I put it. Okay. There we go. So let's make a new indicator. Bollinger WMA. Generate. Copy this. Bollinger Bands WMA.
Eric McDermott says swing trade. Can you get out? $.
WMA. And then over here, we're going to call these private WMA. Don't need the pull thing, so that's the highs, lows.
I2 Yanth Great says I mean if you put a stop loss on every trade you can't get blown out, no?
Well, not necessarily. You could just draw down until you get down to your thing. I guess you wouldn't get a margin call, but yeah.
Eric McDermott says if MKT is open.
Okay. Come back down here. Bands. New strategy. Bollinger WMA.
I2 Yanth Great says I only swing trade futures.
WMA, Bollinger, WMA strat. Get rid of the super smoother bit part here. WMA, blah, 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 blah. My bands equals Bollinger bands. WMA. Cool. I like it when things compile the first time. Okay. Bollinger Band. WMA.
Salim Al Weathering says at I2 Yan the Great if you split you market profile on bid and ask you will get more edge on thinly liquid markets.
Okay. So it wins, but it's not as good as some of the alternatives, is it? Here we are. So that's 104. This
Eric McDermott says PLSX plain you or Bollinger bands.
This is strat. We'll come back to these ones.
I2 Yanth Great says oh interesting I'll try that.
Okay. So here's the Bollinger Band. It's 107. Here's the super smooth one, which we get 104, but our short trades are actually negative, and our long trades are actually 1.13, which is interesting. 1.13. Sorry.
Not a follower says what's today's profit?
Oh, we're not trading today. It's a holiday, not a follower. And then there's the weighted moving average one. Now, the weighted moving average one, let's see, has a really poor Sharpe ratio. These both have a really poor Sharpe ratio. Probably because more sensitive moving average means that it's a little bit more likely to trigger, is my guess. So now that kind of goes back to something else that we could do here. Now let's go back and let's just do our Bollinger Strat. This runs pretty quick, so let's try an optimization of it. Okay, so let's start with 5-minute moving average, and we'll go to how high should we go? 100? Let's do 100 and increment it by 5.
James Carlson
So
says
like 20
cool.
iterations.
Salim L. Weathering says at I2 Yen the Great I am not so sure about the thinly liquid part. Try ZN and ZB versus NQ and YM.
Well, that's going pretty quickly, actually. I bet you that the 10 is not going to be the most profitable one. Oh, interesting. It's close. The 10 and the 15 are similar. I think I would rather go with the 10. Because it's got a slightly, well, I mean, not only does it make more, but it has a better win rate. Overall, 56. Right? So that, I think, answers your question, James. It's super interesting, isn't it? But do you get why I say that it seems to me that it's because it's popular? The reason that the Bollinger Bands works is because it's popular. Could be wrong, but okay. Now I think I want to go back, and I have these super smooth ones, moving averages, and I want to go and do these on the larger amount of data. So what's this one? File save.
James Carlson says makes sense. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Herd mentality.
Exactly. And that's where I say the reason you want to use like a standard anything that has to do with standard deviation, it alerts you that something unusual is happening, but that's not predictive. So I think it's great to have a Bollinger Band on your chart to say, okay, something weird happened, right? But then I don't think you necessarily just want to take that trade, right? And some of these other ones I think are actually like more useful. Like the moving average I think is way useful, right? Like the trend matters, doesn't it? Having something on there to show you what the trend is, it matters.
McDermott says what's most you up even with fake dollar.
What do you mean? I mean, the most that I ever made in a day was probably 500. Actually, with fake dollars, I think I've made a couple like $1,000 off the trade before. But, and we've had good period. Actually, when you take this period all over, just on like trading a single micro contract, I think we're up $3,000 now this year. But a lot of that, I haven't traded a whole lot with live money this summer because my sister died, and I don't like trading in the summer, and we'll see what happens this fall. I'm still going to be really, really, I mean, especially with what happened on Thursday and Friday, that just kind of makes me sit there and be like, okay, like this whole thing has been bullshit. Like this whole summer has been bullshit. Ugh. Yeah, it makes me mad, frankly. To know that it was one player, SoftBank, that's doing this makes me mad. I hope that the SEC does something. That seems like it should be illegal, right? Okay. Anyways. Okay. Oh, was that the EMA strat?
Eric McDermott says, sorry.
Yeah, it was my sister killed herself. Now you got me thinking about that. No, let's size this down here. Actually, oh, okay. Just make it just a slightly a little bit.
Salim L. Wuthering says, sorry, God save her.
She'll be okay. Her spirit is taken care of, trust me. All right. File, save as. So this is going to replace my previous EMA results. I honestly don't even care what they were because it was only on this year's worth of data. Okay. So moving averages, HMA. Okay. Closer, but still no cookie. SMA. SMA. Not very good. It's too lagged. There's a problem with the SMAs. It's too lagged. Super smoother. Oh, whoops! I didn't save that. Oh, even the super smoother one isn't working. That's funny. Oh, that's it right there. Okay. Let's go back and redo that SMA one. So we have that. Okay. This is the SMA one.
Sunday Driver says we need to stop worshipping the market and consider it to be a human creation that should serve us. We are its master, and not the reverse.
Oh, I don't know about that, dude. It's its own beast, man. It really is. It's become more complicated than human society, right? And you can't really to sit down and I feel like that to say that you can tame the market to serve society, to serve humans is like
Eric
is
McDermott
ridiculous.
Says I get different reading from exponential 1 minute versus tick chart. 0.1 minutes red, tick green. Seemed expo was RT.
Okay. Anyways, trying to say that we can tame the market to serve humankind is like as ridiculous as saying that we can tame the whole planet. It's it's such a complicated thing. Okay. KR says he likes the touch buttons. Well, that's good for you. All right. New. And we're going to do our weighted moving average. Okay, 0.95. So, open, save it. Save as weighted moving average. Okay, so 0.95 I think is the worst. Oh, 0.94 is the worst. 98, 99, 94. Oh, that's the EMA one. EMA, SMA, weighted moving average, super smoother, and whole moving average are close. Looks like the whole moving average is actually better in some how do we say, ways. Average winning trade is 6 and 4, 7 and 3. Let's just come over here and look at the moving averages and just confirm what we're looking at here. Super smoother. If we cross above, and if we cross below, and that's it. And yeah, no stop or anything. Cool. So I think that's a good enough back test for the moving averages. Yeah. I'm not saying tame the market. Let's stop with allowing destructive practices that don't allow price discovery and separation from the real economy. Well, how would you deal with the SoftBank thing? James says, thanks. No problem. I hope that this makes you rethink some of your beliefs about technical analysis, huh? So how would you deal with the SoftBank issue? We're going to ban options? I mean, I don't know what you do about that. Okay, let's make one for the VWAP. We'll do 2 for the VWAP, right? VWAP strat generates. VWAP strat. VWAP strat. Okay, and then we call this order flow VWAP, I think. Oh, okay. Maybe I did put it in right. Order flow VWAP. Oh, I got 2. There's 2 instantiations. Resolution. Okay. VWAP resolution dot. Let's do standard because otherwise it'll take forever. Instrument dot master instrument dot trading hours. Cool. All right. Comma. Number of standard deviations. Do we care about that? We'll add 3 deviations. What is the default VWAP values? What if I make a new chart? What does it put as the default? Let's just do a chart of the E-mini. Just add 1 day, tick replay. Oh, actually, let's not put tick replay on. Let's see if it'll. Indicators.
Sunday Driver says when the market reverses, believe me, there will be traders and financial experts calling for reform to reign in that activity. The collapse is going to be epic.
multiplier 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so this should be VWAP standard deviations dot 3, comma 1, comma 2, comma 3. Ta-da! Boom! Cool. If we cross above my moving average, go long. If we cross below my moving average, go short. I don't think this is going to work. Well, we shall see.
Salim L. Weathering says at I2 Yen the Great U I confirm. I just back tested what I told you. Just use delta instead of volume profile on thinly liquid market like YM and NQ or as reversal on ZB and ZN because of absorption.
Okay. Moving averages. VWAP strats. Oh, now when we added this on here and we didn't have tick replay on. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if it works. It might not work. Let's see. Because it's VWAP, it should take longer to run. Yeah, it is. Gonna need some water here. Okay. Well, it's only using a reasonable amount of data of memory, so I think we're okay. I'm gonna refill my water here.
Salim L. Weathering says VWAP plus delta. Salim L. Weathering says add delta to VWAP.
Okay. VWAP plus delta, why? Why, it worked! I'm actually really surprised. What the fuck? It must have gotten some really big outliers, yeah. Okay, wait. Let's come to the analysis bit. Oh my! What? Wow. That's interesting. Why is that? Oh, very interesting, guys. What? Huh. It's only winning because of the long trades. I mean, come on. Come on. But I guess it doesn't. I guess it doesn't cancel out what I was thinking. Because a VWAP, you usually do a bounce off of the VWAP, right? So it looks like it is true that we do tend to bounce off of the VWAP, but that perhaps right, the edge is actually not in the obvious trade. That's so interesting. Okay. VWAP strat. That's so interesting. VWAP.
Salim L. Weathering says do delta on YM.
Why? How exactly do you want it to be used? It's got to be more than just add the delta on. Okay, cool. We have delta on. Now what? Okay, where's our chart? Okay. Indicators. Order flow. Cumulative delta. Delta type. Bar. Cool. Now what? You got it. Now what? Okay. So let's try a new one. New strategy. We'll consider VWAP as kind of like a moving average. VWAP bounce. Generate.
Salim L. Weathering says 1 hour time frame.
And what? That's not a strategy. Adding a delta to your chart isn't a strategy, Salim. You got to go deeper than that if you want me to program it. Oh, why do I have all that nonsense on there? Because that's, yeah. You just do it like this. Most simple. Cross above it, go short. So, it's useful, usually, well, it's often useful to try and do the opposite of your strategy to see what it does, how it changes it. So we should see here, when we do this, we should get something that has a pretty high probability, right? Pretty high probability, but doesn't, well, we might have
Salim
to
L.
put in a
Weathering says
profit
delta
target.
high in the open first 1 hour on YM go long trailing stop and vice versa.
How do you decide what is the delta high in the opening first 1 hour on YM?
Archie P says has anyone tried trading based on tarot readings?
I bet you somebody probably has. I mean, there's a lot of people that use technical analysis. Isn't that kind of the same thing? It takes a bit with that order flow VWAP on there. I think that it must be like turning on the tick replay on its own. I don't know how it does that. I'm interested to know. Aha. Look at that. I bet your losers are so big. Your losers are so big. How's the profit factor 1? Oh, it's a loser. Well, you only ever do it long. 105, that's not bad.
Sunday Driver says tarot would be more accurate than some technical analysis I've seen.
It could be. Okay, let's come back here and... Oh, where's that one that I had over here? Yeah, let's just... This is VWAP bounce one.
James Carlson says lol. I met a psychic that works for big banks and hedge funds. Those people do actually exist and get paid. No joke.
What? I'm telling you, it's all the hype. I could just come in here and I could say any kind of BS that I wanted and just lie to you and say that it works, and I would make tons of money doing it. Wouldn't feel very good about myself, though.
Eric McDermott says that's how Hillary Clinton made that amazing futures profits.
I should just start telling people that I'm a time traveler. See how far we can take it. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum,
James Carlson
bum.
says lol.
Why is my average winning trade for what? Doesn't get there? Most of the time it doesn't get there? Really? I think I'd be right. I think I'd be right. We're going to have to go and look at the chart. I have to go and look at the chart. Okay. Oh, now that's funny. I think we should make this a little bit more sophisticated than that.
Salim L. Weathering says bid minus ask higher 1,000 points on the close of the hour.
And the close of the last, let's see here. What's the best way to do this? Now, let's just say close of 1 is less than my moving average. And now let's do something funky like this. Control C. Something like that. Okay. Bid ask minus higher 1,000 points on the close of the hour. So you're saying you wait for the close of the hour and then you find the cumulative delta of that hour and then pick your direction based on that?
Salim L. Weathering says yes.
I guess we can try that.
Salim L. Weathering says yes.
I don't know if we have time, but we'll try it.
Salim L. Weathering says easy.
Yeah, I have something that would be close to that we could try it. So. Oops. That's going to give me an error in it. Yeah. Clear.
Salim L. Weathering says after the open.
cheating here. Okay.
Archie P says I had a algo trade that worked kind of well. In Globe's trade as the price reached a new low or high. Only trade between 8 to 12 p.m. pissed.
That sounds like something that would probably work most of the time, and then every once in a while would have like a really bad run. Because in E-mini, if you get to the high after the initial run, well, if you there's some probabilities when you get to those points at least. Okay. Losers are still bigger than my winners, though. Probably a lot of the time. Never. Yeah. Okay, so here I tried buying it on the bounce.
Archie P says yeah,
Tried
but only
selling
take 1
it.
to 2 trades every night.
Here. So it's a little slow. We could, well, I don't know if letting it go through it is the right thing or not. That's interesting.
Salim L. Weathering says is that Delta on YM?
It's interesting that it still comes out profitable after all that. I would rather my stop loss be closer. Oops. 16, 8, because it's not getting 8. Why is it not getting 8 most of the time? Is there a problem with my exit? That's good.
Archie P says also only take 1 point.
1 point. Well, what's your stop then? I think I know what he's going to say, and then I'm going to be like, no, that's a terrible idea.
Salim L. Weathering says did VWAP just demonstrate edge?
It looks like it's a break-even thing, just like everything else. 47. I mean, it's close. If you get your stops set right and everything. So I think that we could probably change this to be like 16 and 32.
Eric McDermott says top step trader, you trade their money. Get first 5K, 0.80% thereafter. After you qualify, have you heard of, or tried?
Yeah. I have a video on my channel about it, actually. That was a long time ago, though. And now I'm just kind of like, why not just trade your own account? You know what I mean? Oh, look at that. Oh, it doesn't work. So why is it that it's not getting to the profit target? That's curious, isn't it? That's going to require some more investigation. when you do things on the bar close, you realize how much space you're giving up. But then if you do it exactly on the thing, then you realize how often it will fail on you. It's really interesting. Okay. So, I guess I will change this one back. For some reason, you don't get very far away from it off of the bounce. I don't understand that. But what's the deal with that? Seems that if you bounce off of it, you're likely to bounce off of it again. So there are some that ran. It's just it usually doesn't, apparently. And that's the whole thing with the other one that we had, is that it's actually better overall for it to break. I mean, like, if it breaks, if the VWAP breaks, there's more opportunity because that means there was a reversal, right? Okay. .96. Yeah, that one's not very good. It's funny because I go in and I say,
says add condition on the open only. Eric McDermott says tick versus exponential.
What do you mean by that, Eric? It's just interesting that I'm like, okay, we'll make this thing and it'll be like the best technical analysis indicators, and I'm having a hard time getting any of them to even be zero, to even have a positive expectancy, which is what we expected. But I'm kind of sitting here thinking about okay, but how do I present that in the video? It's just going to be like, oh, technical analysis doesn't actually work, you know. Bounce. Okay. We're gonna do Salim's. I know what's gonna happen, but I know what's gonna happen. Oh, I don't want to close it. That's right. Okay. All right. New strategy. Salim strategy. Strats. Generates. Now I have one in here. I want to take some. Oh. Does this still work? Time entry 2. Where is it? Time entry 2. Exchange time. Blah, 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 blah. Yes. Oh. Need to change this to be instrument settings.
Eric McDermott says tick seems built in volume with buyers sellers versus expo.
I think this one does come out positive, but we'll see. It's taking forever. Did Ninja Trader It's taking on a lot of memory. It's not good. Well, we're not dropping frames yet.
Eric McDermott says so I see tick going up, whereas, exponential going DWN.
What do you mean when you say tick? I like a word. Da, 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 da. What do you think of my strategy over 4 years, folks? Hmm? 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 Well, it actually kind of took some pain lately, but not bad.
Salim L. Weathering says did it work?
No, this was a different strategy. Hold on.
Salim L. Weathering says good hedge fund manager.
So that was the one. What was the difference between these two, though? Okay.
Eric McDermott says using ticks instead of or alongside expo moving averages seems two different readings.
What you're gonna have to specify what you mean by using ticks. You mean using a tick chart? If blah enter long else if blah enter short.
Salim L. Weathering says what's your favorite chocolate bar? Keith Phillips says question for you, what's the CPU you're using? I was thinking of upgrading my CPU to higher than the one I have now which is 2.21 i7, way off topic but wanted to ask.
Yeah, I'm
Eric
using
McDermott says yes.
Yeah, I'm using a Ryzen 1700X, so it's
Douglas
actually
Welp
quite
says
old.
time charts are oh good.
Honestly, any third generation Ryzen processor that you get is going to be great. 3600 is like your best bang for your buck. That's what I would be getting. That would require a new motherboard, but I mean, you have an i7, so that's not bad. I have to say, one of the things I'm noticing with the backtesting is having the memory helps, right?
Keith Phillips says thanks.
No problem. Okay. Cumulative. Or no, it's order flow.
Archie P
order
says real
flow.
question is you have a RTX graphics card.
No, I don't. So I have a 1060.
Douglas Welp says no. i9 Chili's best.
Cumulative delta.
Douglas Welp says Intel only.
Delta type. Dot. Bit ask. Comma. Cumulative delta.
Eric McDermott says yes. Tick chart. 0.2000 on S versus 1 minute
here.
exponential. 0.8 in 21 day. Dot etc. Celine L. Wuthering says Raisin got double the cores.
Yep. And okay, so what are you saying, Eric? No, there's differences between them. I don't know.
Keith Phillips says NT8 gets super lag with third-part indicators tick replay on. Does anyone else get this issue?
Oh yeah. So how much memory do you have, Eve? I think if you're doing that sort of thing, you probably want to have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM. So if you're running like 4 gigabytes of RAM, then you're going to have a hard time.
Keith Phillips says 16 grams.
And you still have a problem? It would depend partly on the indicator, because some indicators that I've seen just aren't very efficient with that stuff, you know? Happens.
Keith Phillips says it's a footprint chart.
Bar. I guess we're going to do bar. Yeah.
Keith Phillips says when I take it off charts update easy. Keith Phillips says with it on and heavy volume it lags. Archie P says I have found NT runs really well, versus other platforms.
Oh yeah. Well, so the other question is, how many days of data do you have on that chart? When I put a chart with take replay on, I only do 1 day. And if I want to see further back, I'll just add a second series that doesn't have the tick replay on. So it's when you go in and you say,
I really like NT.
Tick replay on like 180 days of data takes forever.
Douglas Welp says 32 RAM. Keith Phillips says max I use is 10.
Days loaded. But even 10 could be a lot, depending on the chart. Especially if it's the E-mini. Give you an example. This chart over here. Make it full screen.
Keith Phillips says days loaded.
Okay. 1 day. F5. 1,000, 2,000. Okay, 5 seconds. Okay. You times that by 10, almost a minute to load that chart. Right? So that's the next thing that I would check. And how much memory is it using overall is another thing that you would probably want to look at. Okay, let's try Salim's thing and see if it does it correctly.
Eric McDermott says running S2000 tick daily versus 8-day 21-day exponential on 1 minute tick for fast move. Dot had two different, exact opposite readings. Expo was red, tick green. Dot red was RT.
And yes, the start time should be 8:30 a.m. Yes. just run this on a week's worth. It changed it to 1 day, seemed to help lagged a bit still. No worries. Thanks. Yeah. Well, it'll always lag when you're loading it up. Once it's loaded up, though, it should be...
Keith Phillips says, yeah, I dropped it to 1 day, seemed to help, but lagged a little still. No worries, thanks for the help. Keith Phillips says this was when we had all the volume.
Oh, hey. It goes along every time. Wait.
Keith Phillips says slower days it works fine.
Yeah, actually it is working. Went long every time. Wait. Sell short, boom. Sell short. Oh, didn't work.
Douglas Welp says the DOMI is too slow use ATM Crow.
Doesn't always work, but hey. It's trading it the way that we want it to trade. It is doing it. So now let's go and do a bigger backtest. Okay. Oops. January 1st.
Douglas Welp says ATM only.
What do you mean the DOM is too slow to use at the moment? Your DOM is only too slow? Yeah, I'm using Delta. It's going the direction that the first hour of cumulative Delta tells you. So I don't know. You're probably going to miss some of the biggest moves, but you're probably also going to catch some of the biggest moves. But I'm not setting a stop or anything. So this is kind of something that, yeah, it's going to be a little...
Salim L. Weathering says, is that Delta?
This is going to be a little... Oh, you say you want to do it on
Salim
YM?
L. Weathering says then YM.
We'll try it. We'll try it. We'll switch it. Let's go let it do its thing first. It worked on this month. So there's that. Hey man, if I've really been drinking that much water, I feel like I need to use the bathroom again. All right, I'll be back because it's back to see. It'll take a while. Oh man, it's still going. It's still going. Now we're just gonna sit here as long as it takes. It's at 10 o'clock. Probably after this we should quit. Unless there's something else that you guys really want to test, or there's something in my back test that you think is really wrong. So I want to make a video about this next week. I just don't know if... I don't know, man. It'd be rough. Oh, that one's way more complicated than I thought it was. Hmm. Back testing spiking levels of Trump derangement syndrome with stock market volatility. Yeah. Market's gonna get insane here, man. Put the take profit when the delta shifts the other way. How are you going to determine that? If I go long the first hour that I get of a negative delta, then I get out. I'm going to bet that this will come out as it is right now profitable, but that if you add that take profit condition on it, that it would remove the edge, because the edge that this is really going to catch is that it's in all the time, right? So they're going to catch like a trend. There's going to be days like here where it's going to catch the trend day. There might be even some that it just goes all day, you know? But then there's going to be other days where it chops around and it's going to get screwed. But these will end up being more. But if you take the profit on these too early, then it won't. If the Donaldson, well, it does have a measurable stimulus on the market, right? I mean, there's a very clear trade. I mean, just the fact that Joe Biden's winning, and there are people out there that think that that's not a problem. Or when he was up in the polls, people thinking, "Oh no, he won't destroy the stock market," even though what he's planning on doing taxes is so bad that he's literally said, "I can't tell you," because they would kill me. Dude, Douglas, goodbye. Goodbye. I already warned you. Well, it's still going. How long do you think this one's going to take? It's probably downloading the data. So all those other back tests, we had already had the data down here? Currently running an AMD 4300 quad core. Yeah, get a Ryzen. That's old. You have to go back a good 5-6 years, yeah, before you get into those before the Ryzen ones. Man, I thought this might never finish. I'm kind of getting to like thinking I should abandon this. I don't think that I have enough memory to do this backtest. Maybe we need to stop it and go and do just this year's worth of data, probably. So let's clean up this workspace here. Don't save it. No. Close Ninja Trader. Wait for all that memory to get freed up. Still going. There we go. Goodbye. Okay. Okay. So let's try this again, shall we? Just on a smaller data set. Okay. 8:30 a.m. 60-minute bars. Need to use this quant hedge setup thing. I'm still going to do it on ES because we should have the data. And just do until the beginning of this year this time. Run and see what happens. Democrats will make day trading impossible. They already mentioned adding a huge tax of fees and commissions. Well, yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is if you're day trading, you already have to be, pay like a regular income on it. It really is quite crazy. But I mean, the taxes isn't the biggest issue. That being even profitable in the first place is the biggest issue, right? Well, there's definitely a really huge gulf between how conservatives and liberals are viewing reality these days, and it has been resulting in market aberrations that we've noticed for sure. And yeah, probably around election time you're likely to see a large amount of I don't know how to say it, just volatility, crazy action. If Biden wins, then 2 times short the SPY and then get out of town fast before they steal your wall. Yeah, I mean, I would be short. Just what what it does on the tax front is, yeah. Just based off of his tax policy alone, if Biden won, I think that you could short the E-mini. A 1 penny tax was stated only by Warren. No. So there's this whole thing in New Jersey. In New Jersey, they've been proposing a tax. So must still be downloading data. Dems, they will screw up everything and drive government revenues through the floor and then MMT. No, I don't think that it would work in that situation. They have to make up for the loss somehow. Yeah, I don't know. I think that they would just drive all the tax. They would tax everything. I don't know. I wouldn't count the economy out so readily. I think that if Joe Biden won, you would straight up just be able to sell it based off of the taxes, but then that would only be like a thing for a quarter or two, and then things would sputter on just like they always do. I mean, I think that what Obama tried doing was way worse than what Biden says he'll do. It wasn't the end of the world. Well, staying under 2 gigs of memory, but it is a lot. I don't know if this is back testable for this far back. You're behind the curve. It won't keep the socialist Dems from trying when they have the votes. I mean, they're not. It's not going to happen, dude. Like, you're saying that they're going to replace the whole Federal Reserve Board with a completely different group of people that will believe that they can just print as much money as they want. And it's, of course, it's ridiculous. It doesn't work that way. Right? I don't think that anybody at the Federal Reserve actually believes what they're saying. What those MMT people are saying. Because the people at the Federal Reserve would be saying that if the deflationary pressures subsided, that they would need to increase interest rates. And that if they were subsiding and they continued to keep monetary policy low, that you would get excessive inflation. They'd all tell you that. And I really don't understand how you get any economist in there that doesn't believe that, let alone enough for a majority decision on that sort of thing. A deflationary environment requires lower interest rates for a long time because those deflationary pressures are going to be around for a long time. There are plenty of lefty economists who are advocates. Yeah, but how do you get them all on the Federal Reserve Board? Like, really? Yeah, but we all agree that MMT is a joke. But what I disagree on is A, their ability for them to ever enact MMT at the Federal Reserve Board, and B, as to whether or not what they're practicing now is MMT, which it is not. That's where I'm getting into the you're getting a lot of people get triggered by the politics of it. It's not the reality. It's just like this average inflation targeting thing. Everybody's making a big deal out of the average inflation targeting when it's really not a big deal. Couldn't they expand the number of seats on the board? How would they do that? Like, you're talking about a government that's so far left. There's no way that they would ever get the votes to do that, dude. This is not going to happen. Should we come back and try it just on a month? If I close that, how long does it take it to... CME fees will likely go up under Biden, but probably only a small amount, at least at first. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you would actually impose a financial transaction tax. The whole thing is that they want to impose one on high frequency trading in New Jersey, and that is apparently going to happen no matter what. They're already almost there. A few Senate seats in the POTUS. No, they're not. They're not. They would need to gain like 15 Senate seats, dude. And that's assuming that all of the Democrats were actually willing to vote for that. And I don't think that they would. They're certainly not going to get it in this election. Like the idea that the Senate, the probability that Democrats get a veto-proof majority in the Senate this year is extremely low. And then you get this whole thing where it flips back around. So, and you would have to do that for multiple policy appointments and stuff. You're looking for a situation to happen that like is just not going to happen. Like it's kind of silly to be thinking about it. Oh, Ninja Trader has problems with certain large data sets. Don't know what else to say. Close a couple of things. Well, we don't need this. Node takes up a little bit of memory. And we don't need this, or this. You don't need to worry about a veto when they have the POTUS. Yes, they do, because Federal Reserve Board members have to be approved by Congress. So you've got this scenario built up in your head, and it's like you want it to happen, even though it's a bad thing. And I'm just saying that, like the number of things that would need to happen to get anywhere even close to that spot, it's so ridiculous. The probability is practically nil. Buy gold, of course. And I don't think it'll ever interest me. All right. One more time. We're going to try this one more time, and then I'm going to give up. 16 minutes. And we're going to do it from the beginning of August. Yes. Salim strategy. 8:30 a.m. All right. Run. So normally NinjaTrader only uses 600 megabytes. When I start doing this, how much does it pick up? T-Bone says, if you want to know where the policy will lean, look at the donors. Both parties bow down to Wall Street. Yeah. Well, I mean, then that's the other thing is, how are you going to do that when all of the bankers in the United States think that it's a dumb idea? Oh, hey. So it never goes long. Is there a problem with it? If my delta is greater than 1000 after an hour, enter long. It never happens? Really? How is that possible? So there must just be net selling overall on the futures, at least over the past August. Yeah, it has been negative over the past month, almost consistently every day. That's super interesting. Anyways, it doesn't work. 41% probability to equal risk reward. Interesting. Interesting. Well, what other kind of backtesting can we do here? Oh, I have one for CCI. Oh, you think that we could do this one? I have this one strategy that's super crazy. Which one is it? I think it's this one. Yeah. Super cray cray, right? Tick replay. 1 month. ES minute, 1 minute. I'm going to change it to a 1 minute chart. Run. That other one didn't take this long, did it? Well, this one is probably it's quite a bit more complicated of a strategy, though. Yeah, but it's not using excessive memory at the moment, so it may just be going slow because it's downloading the data. What is that strategy? It's just something that I wrote a really long time ago that I was able to curve fit to look really, really nice, but I haven't run it. I haven't been able to get it to run in a long time. I would really like to see it go through. I really would like it to go through, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to do it. Well, the amount of memory I'm using is going up. I think there's just some sort of a memory problem in NinjaTrader with backtesting a large data set. Seth, are Sharp ratio and drawdown the two main factors I should be using to judge my automated strategy? I think you want to look at everything. So the thing that I'm always going to look at to compare them against each other is the profit factor, almost always. A profit factor is really important, right? And then I'm going to look at the probability and make sure that they're within the accepted parameters, or at least around where I expect them to be. And then I'm going to look at your average winning trade and your average losing trade. So if my average losing trade is larger than my average winning trade, that's a problem. You got to fix, right? That's why that earlier, that one, I was changing it until they got kind of equal on the VWAP bounce, which is kind of a weird thing with the VWAP bounce, isn't it? That it tends not to go very far away from it until it doesn't just like bounce. It'll go through it and chill around there until you've all stopped out and then go down. And then, Sharp ratio is an important thing to look at. But I don't know. The way that it's being calculated there in NinjaTrader, it might not be as useful as the Sharp ratio normally would be. Drawdown ratio is very, very important. Your maximum drawdown for sure. Show me a automated strategy that has a max drawdown of less than 16 ticks on the 10-year treasury. I'd be impressed. Over 4 years. That'd be super hard. Okay, so let's give it until 10:35, and then if it doesn't get there, then we'll abandon it. I'm not writing the memory. I mean, it's only 7:24 at the moment, but maybe Rhythmic doesn't like me now. Maybe I've downloaded too much and Rhythmic is like, Sept, stop it. Still going. Let's read. There's been some more activity on this thread in Futures.io. It is interesting you prefer Bollinger. I do as well lately. I only use Bollinger in PSAR, but maybe not in the normal way. To me, Bollinger is like a speedometer showing how fast or slow relative to the speed limit of the road. I can drive without it and realize I am going too fast or too slow, but it's nice to have, especially in a new city. There are videos of John Bollinger saying that people don't use the bands correctly. I'm not sure if that is true or not, or no way to know, but likely had contact with people not using them how he imagined. Bollinger bands answer a question: are prices high or low on a relative basis? By definition, price is high at the upper band and the price is too low. That is similar to, am I driving over or under the speed limit relative to the speed limit on this road? It doesn't mean I can't go much faster or slower on the road. Dancing channel is somewhat opposite and uses the high and low to show a range, so its input is more sensitive to price anomalies. Dancing channel is like answering the question, how fast or slow am I going compared to the fastest, slowest person recently on the road. When it was created, traders were phoning up the broker to make a trade and seeing quotes in a newspaper. Today, there are high-frequency traders, many more emotional traders, more sophisticated price assumptions, and crazy speed of news and data. Makes sense that something that averages out the noise is better for that environment. You could modify Dancing channel by altering it to smooth out the high and low input, which might make it work better for you. The other indicator, like the USB SAR, and to me it's like showing if the road is turning left or right. Obviously, if the road is turning, you might be steering right as well. You could drive off a cliff. You could catch it at the correct time before the road turns left, and you have a nice shortcut, but that is more dangerous than following the road, reacting to it changing instead of predicting it. kind of goes with your point about strategies working when the market is going one way up and not one trending down. You can only turn left. That works fine racing on most NASCAR tracks. Right. Yeah, he's got the right idea. All right, it's been 4 minutes now, and it has not worked. So let's just kill that. Okay, guys. Well, do we got anything else here? No, I don't think so. I think it's time to get going. I was wondering, we did have a period where we had a bunch of people online, but yeah, kind of didn't stay there. That's fine. Okay, well, maybe we learned some interesting things. I think I'm going to post some of this stuff in that thread, and we'll see what happens, all right? So, I will see you guys tomorrow, and in the meantime, stay profitable.